And I'm just gonna notify a few people that I'm actually live again. Bear with me just a moment. Thanks, man. Are you actually, yeah, are you actually watching right now, man? Sec, I'm on Discord. Anyways, I was balancing violin ones, just got to trills, so Where is the... There it is, trills measure. Why is it so much quieter? Just gotta check a few things, I guess. If it needs a little help, we'll just have to give it a little help. Alright, that should overshoot it, which is what we need. Gotta make sure my cat doesn't chew on any cable. He's a big fan of the devil's lettuce. Meow. You gonna yell back? He's not in the mood for trash talking. I think I set this one to... I have it on auto tempo. I think I have to turn that off and then... There is... Setting board. I don't remember which one does it. It might be CC2. Well, I mean, it's not CC2 by default. It might be what I changed it to. I think it's like 52 by default. There we go. Now I can change the speed. That articulation was a little weird to balance, as I don't think the dynamics are quite up to snuff, which is part of the issue. So it's like a smaller dynamic range. I can edit the bottom end of it, just getting the correct distance and feel. I want to say transient's the word, but it's not, because, you know, for obvious reasons. So that was the 16, so we've got the runs patch showing, I guess, so... It's Berlin. It's Berlin strings, but like, it's literally like all the expansions are kind of roped into weirdness. So I'm balancing articulations right now, um, not just by volume, but like mic blend. So I'm using a close and the tree mic. And right now I'm working on my runs patch, which is actually two separate patches. So basically, I've got on this one, I've got a staccato and a staccato blurred in the 2D crossfade. So for instance, if I move this pan, you can see where the crossfade's going up and down. And then if I move CC2, you can see it going back and forth. Now what this does is it crossfades on another patch, which is actually just the sustained accent with the runs legato on it. So you can see that it goes from the sustained accent, and then when it goes like that, it's actually going over to the staccato. So you can see it all in real time here. So, and what ends up happening is once you find, you got to find that like messier spots. Yeah, it's let me just go ahead and click that. Yeah, it's this, and I'm using every one of the expansions, um, in like a very odd combined manner. That's probably, you should be able to see more of how I actually set that up, I think. maybe not the rest of this stream, even though I'm finishing the violin ones. It's mainly just for balance reasons. It's probably not going to be till like Sunday's stream. I'm going to go over, I'm going to balance the other four against violin ones. Um, but I use a lot of these multi patches that blend between more than one articulation. So that's why I use the expansions as well. So just to show you how like the run patch works, when you use two multis, if you can see, they're both on channel B1, so they're both receiving the same MIDI. So if you were trying to play something like, you know, the violin shredding on Hedwig's theme from Harry Potter, just a moment, I'll pull the spot up. So that little like blurred kind of sound, you gotta like find the sweet spot with this. So you see how it's like if I separate these sounds, I'm blending between the three sounds for like a particular like actual phrase. So like if I were programming a run, it would involve me just trying to find that sweet spot with those two CCs, and of course dynamics. So, but yeah. So each one of these actually has a different mic balance. So you can see here, this one's using negative 26.7 on the close and negative 8.3 on the tree. But the short ones is using negative 9.6 and negative 2 or negative 25. So even though it's like slightly different, I feel like that stuff just adds up. So, and when I say using the expansions, those are all from the same expansion. It's just that particular, you can make that patch with the main library. But some of the things like my pizzicato patch, it's three different patches that I crossfade between. You can see I've got Bartok, even though I misspelled it, just throwing it in there. And it's got two empty articulations and then the Bartok pizzicato, and then it crossfades between them. And that Bartok pizzicato is a patch from the expansion E, which is a sound effect expansion. And then you see also have A9 here and A9 there for pizzicato and Colegno. So Colegno is actually from the alternate bowing, which is the A and B expansion. And then pizzicato is from the main library. So that's three separate expansions from the library. I guess it's main library and two expansions for one patch. But the one patch allows me to do this. So right now I'm testing the balance between the articulations. You heard I was just trying to get the runs patch, I think, when you hopped into the channel, balanced. So the main thing was getting it to sound, like it's in the same believable space as the rest of the articulations. And I'm actually mainly balancing around, it's not even the sustain patch. I'm actually usually using the Espressivo. I put the legato on it, but you can turn it on and off. What string library do you use, Miranda? Like, what's your bread and butter? Huh. Hey yo. I'm drawing a blank on AO. I'm thinking Audio Ollie because I know him and Meyerson are working on stuff, but yeah, man, I'll be streaming probably for the next 3 or 4 hours. So, um, and yeah, I definitely, like I said, just head back whenever you get another moment. I'll be back tomorrow from about midnight until 8 or morning or so. And hopefully, I'll sleep a little bit better the night before, and I won't have to take a little break. But today, I also was spending a lot of time getting the stream stuff set up better. So I just recently started streaming just the other night, so I was trying to get a lot of this stuff, like the chat on the screen. I actually got this spinning wheel thing going too. I haven't used it yet, but it should be fun. So check this out. So that way, if I need to figure out what I am improvising in, I made one spin wheel as a test, but it spins through the chromatic notes. So I've got a D. If I need to, I could just pick 3 chords or 3 notes and just try to make it work. So D, F sharp. Oh, looking good. Better not build a major chord. I'm gonna be mad. Okay, G. There you go. So you got that. It's like a G with a major seventh, or you could say a sus4 if you had the D on the bottom, it'd feel more like a sus4. Anyways, so yeah, still got more stuff to set up, but as far as the stream. But anyways, man, definitely I'll talk to you later. Thanks for stopping in, though. I mean, definitely staring at your doll is it's a wild game, but it's not exactly the most exhilarating. So any company is good company. Not that I need help procrastinating. Where are we at here? Man, that was a hard one to balance. Not gonna lie. I just fucked that up. I fucked it up pretty bad. That sucked. I'm 100% going to get a drink before I come back and fix that. Fuck. I've returned. I done goof. I'm back where I started. Thanks, man. Go ahead. How would that work? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, of course I do, man. You wanna? That might be fun sometime. I've got a few ideas for like different potential streams. What you can do is I'll shoot my Discord in here. So if you want to send me a private message, you can. So at the moment, what I'm doing is trying to balance my string articulations and all the mic blends before I go back and I've got something I want to do with the woodwinds. Um, and then so I'm in the middle of making a template right now. So I don't have a whole lot in here. I've got my woodwinds are there. They need to be rebalanced once I make some EQ curve impulses to put on them, and then I need to balance the rest of the strings. Uh, oh, I just started, man. Literally like days ago. So, if you have any questions on chords, I mean, I procrastinate too much to make music, but I love harmony. So there's a lot of tips and I guess just like little tidbits that are definitely really useful. How much theory do you know? There's nothing wrong with ears, man. So there's one, I would say like one fun trick. You kind of you got to get used to ear training on this one. So, I mean, if you're a by ear person, it kind of works out. So the main thing is if you have good ear training when it comes to intervals, you know, like if you know this is a major sixth, um, for instance, and then if you know what a fourth, you know, like a perfect fourth versus an augmented versus like a major third, if you can hear all those tiny little things, especially if you can hear, you know, the difference between a major second very well, one of the things I like to do when I'm just improvising is I'll let the, like, I guess you could say the melody hand wander in a kind of like in a motivic fashion, and then I think of, basically I imagine what kind of rub I want. So I'll give you an example, right? Um, Now listen to, like, this is your typical A minor ninth. I'm gonna do it in, or actually, it doesn't need to be A minor. I'll do B flat minor here, and I'll throw that major ninth on it. Yeah, so definitely. So like this would be like it's still really useful for you, like on your like, I guess you would, trying to think of the term, like the structural term. So not like a chorus type thing, but like the in-between stuff, like a bridge type thing. If you're having like a more mellow chord thing. Yeah, man. So check this out. So you have your standard minor chord, right? So like I'll just play a minor chord. Now, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check that in a second. A ninth chord on top of that would sound like this. Now the reason that that sounds the way it does is this note is right between these two. If you can see my keyboard, you can see the keyboard on the bottom right. So if you get used to the way this note sounds over this chord, right? So if I'm playing a melody, I can add that note and then imagine, I think of that instead of the chords that I'm playing. I think of where I want the melody to rub against the other chord. So like it's obviously going to be dissonant. So if I play like this little passage, I'll just play like a standard little major thing and then go to something minor. Now if I hold this and I want this to be that same rub, all I have to do is build a minor chord around it. So again, I just play what I just played. So like another rub, so that's like a sad rub, right? Now here would be like, here's like one of my favorite like hopeful rubs. So like if you take a Lydian, so you have that sharp 4. I choose Reaper for a lot of, honestly, most of it just comes down to routing and the sheer power of it. Because I normally what happens is I actually route. I have a bunch of the different microphones, and with the orchestral stuff, I'll route them all to different outputs. Now this is a slimmed down version because I don't want to run too much here, just due to RAM. But sometimes I'll do like 4 microphone setups where like I'll have 4 different microphones per instrument, and I'll send 8 stereo pairs, or well, 4 stereo pairs for each track, and they're actually just, they go straight to the master. And then what I do is at the end of the master chain, yeah, I've got 128 gigs, and it just, I could chew through it like it's fucking nothing. Like right now, you can see my Violin 1 is 8.43 gigs, only using 2 microphones. So like, if I just used, like just 5 of that, you're looking at 40 gigs just for my strings, just using 2 microphones. Like I could brick my computer with just strings, man. Actually no. I use a Native Instruments the first S88, the one that's actually weighted. So there's a lot of that. I use a jam too. So my main thing is having everything for CCs. So if I have, let me just pull up another instrument. So if I had one of these instruments, by default, a lot of the CCs that this uses to control things, like I'll pull up my my controller editor as well, so you can kind of see. So I use my S88 for a handful of things, like pans. You can see up top here, I have the pans for the microphones. So if you see like this knob right here for the tree, and over here it says pan, so I know that all these are for pan. And then I've got a purge and faders and stuff like that. So here, let's go back to pan. So I have a knob that just says tree, and if I move that knob, you can see the tree microphone is being panned. And now the reason this is important is, especially if you're working with similar companies, you can set up things way quicker. And with orchestral instruments, I know you're talking about doing digital. For me, the source is huge. And instead of trying to EQ something and reverb it, if you have the right selection of microphones, you can get 90% of the sound you need. So like if I go over here, I use a machine jam as well for a lot of things. So I use my key switches to change articulations here. And then this is often, these are actually for my VCAs, but it's this page here. So these are actually set up for my individual microphones. And these two buttons, this turns on the mic, this turns off the mic. Here's the fader. So if I press this one and then press that one, move this, you're going to see this one light up. So I turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, move the fader. So if I want to turn on all the microphones and make a quick mix, I just do that. Now, maybe I want to pan the close mic a little bit further out. Maybe this one a little bit in. Sometimes I like to pan the tree as well, so I'll pan the tree some. Let's do something like that, right? About there, and then I can just go in here, turn all the microphones down, and play. There we go. It's not too bad. I mean, this is using 6 microphones, but I mean, if you listen, I mean, you can just do it with like 2 microphones easy. It's good, man. The other thing that using MIDI for a lot of stuff, like especially with Reaper, is nice. There's a script, for instance, where I can press a button with a time selection. Yeah, that's more the stuff that I like. I mean, I have a lot of different virtual instrument stuff, but like that'd be my main thing. Is I'm learning a lot about orchestration. Which is cool to me. And one of the cool things with Reaper and the way it's customizable is, let me delete this. There's actions where like you can select a time period, like a selection, press a button, and it will literally arm any parameter anywhere for read. So well, that's cool, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely down for like anything that gets me, I guess on task. I had a habit of literally just playing with string patches for like a billion years. So what ends up happening though is you can, like I said, you can press a action. It will turn everything that's movable anywhere, whether it's a fader, whether it's a mix knob, whether it's a dry wet, whether it's a gain, doesn't matter. And you can move whatever parameters and then press it again, and it will unarm those things. So you can automate each section very easily. And then there's a lot of things like this is one of my favorite things that I saw. There's a script for this where you can actually control the volume fader in your DAW with a MIDI CC, and it's a specific one. So like each one has a different one. Where's my action list? Okay, so here you go. So what you can see here is there's actually somebody made a script that just set volume for track 1, track 2, track 3. I mean, it goes all the way down. I mean, as many tracks as you have. I think I have 90 something tracks right now, so it actually makes 99. And then you can set a MIDI CC to it. Yeah, and yeah, well, some of the things once you get like the orchestral sections balanced, one thing that's cool is like each one. Sometimes you need a little bit more or less of each one. And what I've done is I've actually made VCA faders, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And the my first 4 tracks are bound to a CC. So my second strip right here, these 4, you can't see that they're red, but these represent these VCA faders on top here. So it doesn't matter what I'm pressing. I don't have to select these things. I can move these faders. Like here, I'll select this violin track. Moving those faders. And they're VCA, so it's affecting it like a VCA would and not like a track folder. Which means I can route the actual audio however I want. Which is really nice, especially when you're dealing with an orchestral instrument, but that's okay though. So a VCA fader, like what a VCA fader does is essentially normally it would in real life it was a voltage control. So like you had a way of indirectly busing something, but it's not really a bus because it doesn't have anything to do with summing. It's about the volume of the source. So I'll actually pull the flutes up again and the violin and I'll show you. Alright, so I'm going to actually pull up the clarinet and the um, violins. It's a nice orchestration. So I am going to switch to staccato. Now, in order to balance this, what I want is I want the clarinet and the violin to kind of sit with each other in a way that makes it like softer, right? So the clarinet's going to warm up the violins a little bit. Right? So maybe in this section that works, but it might not work when I go to arm the flutes. So if I want to do some chords with the flutes and the violins again, just change the articulation here, grab my flute, and let me just play some chords. Now the balance here isn't bad, but there are certain things you might want to automate, especially with chords and stuff, because strings tend to be more dynamic. So even if you could track with the same CC, but just kind of give it a little extra help with the strings, VCA. So Now I'm not even going to touch any controller knobs except for the VCAs. That doesn't matter too much. I mean, there's some things that samples can't do well, you know, but I'm just checking the volume on that real quick. Give me just a sec. I'm just trying to, again, like I said, I'm trying to find that right balance real quick. So that's what I was working on. Yeah, like actual BPMs don't matter too much. It just some things like if you're going to do something with samples, you got to think like in the long term. If you were going to do something slow and ebbing, it's going to be the textures you can reliably do well with samples is different than if you're doing something like at a faster speed. And even then, there's a point where you're like, okay, well, I can't play that fast. Um, like with these spiccato samples, just load those up. Once well, yeah, I mean, like, even then, you might want to do like, trying to think, because whole notes at one, you might want to do something a little bit longer if it's just chords. Um, like a good example is like I'll play it on metronome real quick. Yeah, so you can kind of you can pull off like when you're actually thinking about what the speed in which you need. I mean, I wasn't actually recording. I mean, if you want something that's like, I guess you could say like more basic, like nothing like really complicated, but like something simple but made interesting. There's a lot of ways to do that, I guess. So let's see. I'm trying to think. Sorry, I'm talking with without pressing my push to talk. Sorry. Um. There we go. So I'm trying to think. Hmm. That? That's just a G minor, man. That's a G, a B flat. Hmm. It's gonna be a well. It's A sharp, but it's a B flat. So the way chords work in general, like basic triads, if you want to think about it, you can think about it like chromatically. So like you're to build a minor chord, you could pick any note. Let's say this one, right? And then you're gonna count three up. No, it doesn't matter. So if you're gonna build a minor chord, you just literally like you can pick a G, add three to it. So start with that. 1, 2, 3. And then from this note, you're going to add 4. So the note you want plus 3 plus 4, you can pick anywhere and do it. This spot. 1. Start here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then a major is just the other way around. It's just going to be 4 and then 3 on top of it. So yeah, it's a really poppy like chord progression. Um, whoa. Trying to think of the best chord for this one. So, shit. I guess you could do that. Yeah, I'll record that for you. I can I'm just gonna play a scale up in that area, like above it, for you to figure out, what notes you can use for a melody. So if you just need a MIDI, that just the chords. It's literally going to be like whoopsie, I accidentally recorded them quarter notes. Give me just a sec. Whoopsie. in the word of you know, the dude from 13th Warrior. It is done. So what I did was I actually recorded two separate versions of it, like an octave version, and and then I also added the scale, so you would know what notes are safe for the melody, to make it a little easier for you. So if it's on that list of notes, you can just compare to that. So if you want to add some kind of synth lead over it, you're not guessing and grabbing a note. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. I mean, with a progression like that, it's probably worth going a little slower, but you know how it is. If you want to learn the basics of music, though, man, definitely, I would definitely think about something like Score Club if you're really interested, because Score Club's probably the most useful in terms of like for a general composer. Even though he's got a lot of stuff that's for orchestration, which is a lot more intricate than just typical composition. But like melody writing, man, it's a big thing. And if you're writing simple music, melody is like 100% what you need to carry it. Because like you can have the most bullshit chords and just a really good melody. It doesn't even have to be a melody; it just has to be a motif. I mean, you got to think like one of the biggest songs of like 2016. I always joke about it. It's Deep Down Low. It's literally deep down low, and then it speeds up like so. Let's see, deep down low, right? So it just played the same thing twice. It's not even a melody; it's just a phrase. There's a straight rhythm. Played it twice as fast, and then it does like the deep down low. So like it's literally deep down, low, double it, deep down, low, deep down, low. Like, it's just a really simple pattern, but understanding what makes people tick when it comes to that is like, it's huge. So, and I definitely recommend Score Club's courses. So he's got a subscription now. So it teaches you the basics of music theory on how to read and everything like that, modes, and then you know the fundamentals of writing a good melody. It's all there, and he lays it out better than the college textbooks. So I'll link that to you too. It's definitely it's a good resource. So whoop, John, I'm sorry. That's from John Williams. You can't have that. Disney can't have that. Be right back, grabbing a soda. All right, I'm back. I'm sorry, Mullen. I miss it every time. Let's see here. This is gonna drive somebody nuts, I know. Let's see. Why are we quiet? Oh, okay. It's those that are muted. There's a setting I need to change. God, I'm drawing a blank. It's the setting where, like, it looks back to, like, controller data. So when you press play. Oh man, what is it? I know there's something. I'm just trying to think of what it's called. It's gonna drive me nuts. Seek? I think it's Seek. It's gonna drive me nuts. I can't think of the word. I'm gonna figure this out. It's gonna drive me nuts. I can't think of it. I guess I'm just gonna have to make this MIDI longer. What's up? So I'm trying to balance my string setup, just the violin ones at the moment, and I kind of sometimes I do some things that are questionable, and then I do them in a sloppy way, and then I end up having to redo them entirely, and I kind of did that to myself, but that's okay. That's why sometimes I just focus on trying to get one thing right. It's really it's not bad at all, my current setup here. So I'd do a rundown of like my string setup if you'd like. Let me get rid of this velocity scaler. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna do it in a slightly different way. So my philosophy would be to balance all of your articulations and your sections, and then not worry as much about them being balanced together. Somewhat close, but not like worrying too much about it. Because every time you go to do something, like here's a good example. Here, I can take the strings, right? So even if the strings sound good together, I could take, for instance, let me reset a few things real quick. Uh, so like, let me get this flute going correct. One sec. So that sounds like a pretty typical balance with a flute an octave above violin ones. Yeah, yeah. Just it's just kind of for when I'm playing around with something and I just have a quick thing that I want to test. I can just enable or disable just by clicking shift. So for one thing, like a good example would be like let's play chords now. Now when I'm playing without the octave and I'm playing chords with flutes and violins, sometimes you might want to back off or add a little bit of a boost to either the strings or the winds. So in this case, I have everything set up with VCA faders. So if you see on the left here, we've got woodwinds, strings, percussion, and brass on VCA faders, and I have got a hardware controller that's bound to those, so I can move those up and down, and it doesn't affect the actual physical tracks on here. So like my violin or my strings, for instance, are separate from my woodwinds. I'm not moving the flute or the violin around, but I'll move the VCA faders. So it does. It does both. I could put them all in a folder instead, but it doesn't quite sound the same. And there's a number of reasons for that. So like one of the things that happens is with VCA faders is it affects the entire signal, like the base signal. So, for instance, I kind of went over this earlier. If I have a send, for instance, um, that's probably like one of the better examples. It affects what the send is receiving. So if I have like a reverb, it's hitting the reverb hotter when the VCA is hotter. You know, and then it also means that I can route things however I want, independent of the VCA. So like, I mean, if I want to have a send that's just a flute, um, reverb, for instance, it's separate from the track folder. I don't have to worry about that. I also I prefer summing differently because of the way that I have it set up in Reaper. So each one of these tracks, you'll notice if I play a chord here, you'll notice that it's not like a left and a right that you see. It's actually four separate tracks. So what I do is in each contact instance, you see the 1, 2, and 3, 4. So I have the ambient mics routed to 3 and 4 on everything, or the second output on contacts, and then the close mics to 1 and 2. So what ends up happening is every close mic is getting summed, and every ambient mic is getting summed in the master. Which to me, even if it's a psychological thing, makes it seem more like a real orchestra. So like the tree mics from the Violin 1 are blending with the ambient mics from the Berlin Woodwinds, and then that's being summed, and then the close mics are also being summed together. And then at the end, I bring them together with an instance. In this case, I just use Pro Q2. Can pull this up. So I just have an EQ at the very end on my master chain right here that takes 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, and they just sum into 1 right at the end. So, which is really useful. So one of the things that's nice about the way that works is I don't have a bunch of extra sends. So if I had, definitely, you can do that with Cubase. I'm sure Logic probably has VCAs, and I'm 90% sure Studio One has. I mean, Studio One was really new when I was looking at it, so I don't know if it has VCA fitters. But there's pros and cons to it. It's just like a different workflow. To me, I feel like it's better gain staging for me, and that's the big thing, is gain staging. So like, if you send a hot signal um, into a bus, and then you control the bus, you still got a hot signal going into the bus, and you're just reducing a hot signal. Versus like if you're using VCAs, you're changing the whole gain staging of it. So yeah, it's a different thing. I mean, it's kind of hard to describe. So okay, so I think the easiest way to show you this would be with a percussion instrument, or maybe hmm, there's a couple of ways I could do this. All right, so So I'm going to show you something. Oh, I'm going to show you something real quick. Oh, let me put this on a separate track. Okay. So I just threw two instances of sine here. Let's say I have a brass folder versus a brass VCA. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to make a brass folder. So now if I take this folder and I play, and I move the volume, guess it didn't like the fusion. Whatever. Okay, so let's say I've got this set up right. So if I move this brass fader right here for the folder, watch the reverb. That's a good question. You could ask probably Alan Meyerson. It can get sexy. But let's throw a little close in there. Okay, so here's what I'm going to show you. So like, if you were going to have trumpets, for instance, Rose, you would probably want them seated further back, right? So you would want a different level of send to the brass reverb, right? And maybe you want the bass trombones to be a little closer. Now what happens is if you send all these to a reverb send, right? Maybe you want to use that reverb send for other things, so you don't want it in your brass folder. So if you move this brass fader, not change the sends at all to the reverbs. However, if you use a VCA fader instead, now let's say for instance, let's put the flute in here, okay? Or maybe, let's put the flute like 2 octaves up. Now let's say we want to send that flute to the same reverb, but a different amount. Now let's say we want to change those reverb sends for the rest too. Maybe I want more, actually, let's figure this out real quick. Let's dial in that sound. So yeah, it sounds fucking stupid good. Sorry for the F-bomb. But, so, the thing with VCA faders is what I can do now is, even though I've got this reverb send, because I don't want to automate the reverb send, right? From, like, all the different instruments, that would be kind of silly. But right now, I have the flute is getting the amount of reverb that makes sense for the flute. The bass trombone's getting the right amount of reverb for the bass trombone, and the chimbassi is getting the right amount of reverb for the Chimbasi. However, if there's a section I need, like let's say I want a more mellow and rounder brass sound, maybe I want to raise the VCA up a little bit to like bring the brass up and then play softer. Make these flutes a little higher. So if I leave that VCA fader on like this, I can actually turn the brass up or down, and I'll show you that in a second when my DAW stops being angry at me. Alright, so I can actually bring the brass, like let's say I felt like right here, let's say I feel like I want the trombones to be closer, so I want less reverb in just this one section. I can actually turn the VCA down a little bit. Because right now the bus is separate, so watch this. Now you hear how much tighter that brass sound is, because even though there's the same send to those reverbs, the actual main bus was turned up for the brass. So the brass bus to reverb ratio is now different. And now I can still change the VCA. So you see how those two things, even though they seem... well, right now these are using velocity, but you can do a lot with volume. It's actually insane how much you can do with volume. Like, a lot of people forget it exists. So, like... Let me load up bassoons and violins, right? Okay, so right now there's no transposition. I'm gonna need it, but... Okay, so Like, let's say I like these two sounds together, right? Ooh, that means somebody followed. Hey! Thanks, Fluffy. Bonus points if you can guess what that's from. Oh, there we go. There's 2 for 2. All right, so let's change the octave of this a little bit. Now I'm gonna play some bassoon and some violin 1 divisi chords. I'm just gonna play some minor chords and just changing the balance between them. Changing the orchestration again. Now we got bassoons an octave below the clarinet, and the clarinet same octave as the violin. I use key switches, so I have a pretty odd setup. Yeah, so the way I set things up is actually using Contact and something called Flex Router, which is it's a multi-script written by Jason Tackleberry, otherwise known as Tack. Essentially, what it allows me to do is make key switches from individual instruments. So if I pull up the clarinet real quick, you'll see if I hit this KSP button, there's this thing that I can go through and make individual key switches. And each one of these key switches, you can set up the way you want it to actually change MIDI data. So in this case, I've got key switches that change the MIDI channel. So if I get rid of this script, what you'll see is if I hit a very low note on here, it's going to change the MIDI channel. So I can actually try to show you this by doing this with the keyboard. It should show you. See if this works. So if I load, let me just do, I don't know, let's pick oboe. I don't think we picked an oboe yet. Unfortunately, my thing doesn't show enough octaves. One sec, let me try this. Or let me pull this up. Try this. So you might be able to see them now. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can get this piano to, because I'm using Piano Tech for this. Yeah, it's kind of strange. You know what? Let me try controller editor. It's probably a good place to start. This is actually how I control my articulations though. So I got a used machine jam, and each one of these is actually a key switch. And I can set them up in here. You hit assign, and you can change it to if you set it to a gate, it works like a press thingy. Yeah, so if you look, these top few rows, like from here to here, are all key switches, right? So I can actually, I'll play through some articulation. So I've got legato, no vibrato. This is usually tremolo or trills. This is usually sforzando. And then I've got portato long, portato short, staccato, staccato short, and then usually here kind of changes. I'm trying to remember what I had for 11 on this. Yeah, single. It's a single trill, then a trill sforzando, and then usually doubles, and then triples, and then usually 14 or 13. I think 13 I usually use for runs. Yeah, it's kind of strange because depending on the instrument family, it's different. I made a spreadsheet. Like, I'll pull up Google Docs real quick. One sec. Yeah, no, the doubles and triples are amazing. The cool thing is you can do the way, and it's sad because orchestral tools actually went away from this idea. So in Berlin Woodwind's Legacy, yeah, in Berlin's Woodwind's Legacy, what they did was they had doubles and triples recorded, and like essentially for a double, it's like, I'll play one real quick. So for a double, it's when you press the note down, and then when you let go. Oh shit! Whoops. They actually use a double. So press down, let go, and that's the second one, right? So and then for triples, it's the same principle, but the third note is based on the distance between the first two notes. So you can play triplets like, well, or you can play gallops, right? So it's really interesting, and it makes programming them really easy too. So like if you were going to program, let me try to pull up. Yeah, I do a lot of weird stuff. That's why I don't make any music, Rose. You know that. I spend all my time trying to figure out how to use technology so that I can not actually be productive with it. So let me show you like let me just program a part real quick. So let's say we take let's take a random spot here. So if I want eighth note triplets, for instance, I can program it as simple as either setting it to eighth notes and then doing once every third, or using a dotted. So yeah. So actually, let's pretend we're actually doing. I'll use the I'll use both of them. So like I'm trying to think of a pattern. Okay, so let's see. Let's start with doubles here. Yeah, I mean sometimes it's useful. I mean if you're doing velocity based things, it makes sense. All right, so yeah, so let me just do like I said. That's what I'm thinking. I got to change the grid spacing here. So And in this spot, I'm gonna do instead of 16th notes, I'm gonna do eighth note triplets. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set the grid to quarter notes. And I want to end this phrase with a gallop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically have one like triple every fourth note here. So I set it to 16ths. So I'm going to have like a da 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 da. I'm putting the key switch in for the triplets right here. Now here's where, I mean, this is just the way I prefer to do it. I prefer to actually put it in the note length I want, and then cut it in half or cut it in a third after I select the notes. So I'm going to select all the ones I want to be 16th notes after I put them in as 8th notes, and then now I'm just going to cut them in half. And now I'm going to take these triplets and do the same thing. Now the phrase should be good to go. And speed it up a little bit too. Now I'm going to put the chords I want like in the spaces. And for this, since I want straight gallops, I'm gonna basically I'm using the flute part that I just inputted, um, and I'm just gonna use that as to find my holes for the clarinet. So it's no big deal because I'm gonna change it later. So I'm gonna change this from triplet to 16 straight notes. So right here I've got this so that's where I'm gonna put those. So All right, it's coming together. Hold on a second. Hold on to your butts. All right, it should be good to go. What do you think of that, Rose? Scales, schmales. Who needs scales? Successful people. Yeah. Well, I don't like to think of them as scales, but yeah, you do. I mean, you use tonalities, so that's for sure. Um, there's definitely some sarcasm there, but yeah. Let me see here. I'm gonna program a little violin part too. Let's see. So, think of the chords as the backdrop. That's probably the best way to do it. Because like realistically, your chords are only there to support the melody. Like they're there to reinforce a mood and an atmosphere. So like the chord progressions, like writing a chord progression is probably not the way to think about things. I think that's how we usually get trapped. We're like, let's come up with a chord progression. All right, cool. Let's come up with a melody. And you always want to drive the melody. I can show you a little trick after this. So I just kind of want to hear the sounds. Thanks. Um, you know what's gonna happen? You ready? You ready for it? Delete. It's gone. No, I'm kidding. I'll leave it in here because it's a good mixed text. So, I just like fucking around. It's never. I'm never gonna do anything with that though. It's literally just gonna be like a few bars on my hard drive in MIDI format. So okay, so here's a way to break free from your harmony issue. Okay. So have you ever taken any courses on melody writing, or done anything like that? Okay. So there's a way to think about melody writing that's really important. Okay. And one of the things that you have to think about is the little pieces of your melody, you know? So, like, I'm trying to think. Um, yeah. So, no, that's normal. That's how Twitch works, unfortunately. Well, I mean, it's fortunate for people that don't want to get stream sniped, but like a way to think about this would be let me actually get this patch going. I could play these strings all day. I'm not even using the mod wheel. That's just how good they sound. It really depends. Like Spitfire, they found their niche in the market, and then like they just do that really well. I'm not a big fan of their orchestral stuff, only because like they sample it in a way that makes me feel like they care more about it being a keyboard patch than actually reproducing idiomatic things for that instrument, which is fine because realistically that's how it's being used anyways. But like that's just how I feel, if that makes any sense. Um, Hollywood Orchestra is really good though. Like honestly, it is really good. It's just the problem I have with Hollywood Orchestra is it's just programmed in a way that's just so assed out. It's like they didn't have a game plan when they went to organize how you were actually going to use the product, and then they kind of just tacked onto it. And then I feel like that's why things don't always work the same way between patches that you would expect. Like that's my biggest thing. It's just the use and organization of it's just really awkward. So, but the sound is great. I mean, it sounds amazing. So, I mean, for it really is. It's amazing. I mean, it's got some weird boxiness in certain places, but I mean, it's the same thing even with orchestral tool stuff. And I use the word teldex in my passwords because I'm just in love with the sound. So it wasn't always, but the more I got orchestral tools instruments, the more I listened to the individual microphones, and the more I got spoiled. So, so yeah, here's a good trick. Okay, so yeah, like let me think of a good think of a simple melody here. Uh, so, um, one thing to keep in mind when you're writing a melody, when you do come up with like a motivic fragment, right? Like I had this thing that I'm trying to think of something that I can play that's slow. Um, Here you go. Okay, so this was a thing that I wrote one time just to try to be cheesy, and it's basically this. I'm trying to blank here. One sec. It is. Um, Verta is like big on that. Like you should be able to write a pop song is like one of his phrases, and being able to write something that is sounds like I think it's actually harder once you get more into harmony to write something that sounds genuine when you're writing something that's basic, because like that's one of the biggest issues for me was like I'm like yeah I can write in that chord progression, it's easy, but then it always sounds like it's like almost like a parody when I do it. So I try to take it seriously, and the reason I came up with that was a melody, and it started off with it was a really simple pattern, and I was explaining motifs to someone else, and that was the example that I ended up making out of it. So I was like, okay, well, like you can think of a pattern and not know anything about music, but like let's say you do a minor chord. Okay, let's switch to spiccato. So, so minor arpeggio, down a note, Minor arpeggio down, up a note. That was literally... I think that's the melody I ended up making. It was like... Even though I missed the, where the bass would come in normally there. I totally fucked it up. It was simple, but it was just, it's basically, it was a pattern based on math at first. So you develop a pattern, reverse the pattern. That's all it was. And then I'm like, and you can expand that same idea to completely different worlds, and it will still sound related and familiar. So that's where you can change the melody to change the emotion. So that's where, if you take this, put it on a minor chord, slow it down, right? That's what it would be. In my case, I just did a variation on it. Like at that point, you've developed enough to where the idea is kind of running on its own, and people are getting the reference when you're playing it. So it's all based on patterns. So even when you play that pattern, right? So scale, or I mean the chord down, half step down, scale up, or chord up, half step up, chord down, scale down. So really simple pattern, but if you actually play it, So the reason I'm bringing this back to a segue here, right? That pattern that I used, when you're using it in a melody. So when you make a melody, identify those little patterns, right? Right? Or so let's do something harmonically interesting with that exact pattern. So check this out. Okay. And here's where I'm going to show you the fun stuff. Okay, so let me get this chords going. Okay, so here's what I'm getting at. So let's start with let's say I did that. There we go. So so right now, think about this note right here. Now, when you have dissonance, think about the note that sticks out. So practice ear training with that. So like Now if I switch to Divisi, that's me simulating it in a weird way, because I blend I crossfade between a solo instrument and a section to get it to sound thinner. So, if that makes sense. But I wouldn't do it more than 2 notes in a section, and I wouldn't do it lower than cello, really ever. But it's not uncommon to split a section in 2, unless you're writing for like a chamber, because you want at least 3 people on each part. So if you have, 6 violas, you can get away with 2-part harmony. It will sound thinner though, which is okay. So like a good example is if I play this chord. You could. You usually want to avoid it though, depending on the situation. It's not too bad, but if you do have 9 violas, it should be fine to do 3 notes. But they are going to sound distinctly thinner. So that's the big thing. I mean, you've heard Adagio from Samuel Barber. Like that's a really popular Divisi piece. So if you notice, he's splitting the violin 2s up and the cellos up in this. Yeah, so it's got this thinner sound, which is okay. It's a much more delicate and brittle sound. So that's why I love, Divisi, and wish more string libraries actually offered Divisi options. So, I mean, in my case, I use this simulated Divisi, because I have like my, again, if I play a chord and then if I play a single note and then play a chord using like the simulated Divisi, you can kind of hear it. So this would be like split into 2. It's actually not even Divisi. What they did was they recorded 2 separate sets of spot mics, and you have the second set of spot mics. But it's the same recording. It's just the microphone's next to the other half of the players. It's really deceptive. Unfortunately, there's only like 2 string libraries I can think of that actually recorded Divisi sections. Like, it's like, regular library, I guess. I mean, Spitfire technically did with one of their Albion, but it's not the same by any stretch, because you don't just actually have regular sections. So again, yeah, like I said, just having this thinner sound. Now you can hear, because if I pull up a cluster, you can hear. Let me pull up this cluster real quick. You hear that cluster? Here it has this thinness to it. I could simulate that same cluster by just taking this this patch I made, and then trying to. You hear how it's like, okay, it's the same string size, so it's really useful because sometimes you really want the strings to be out of the way. Yeah, it's here's where it's really nice. Solo woodwinds. That's my jam right there. Or even a solo horn. Solo woodwinds or a solo horn. Not obviously not a solo trumpet or trombone because that's way different than the French horn. But like I'll show you a good example is so you can have let me take the oboe because oboes are beautiful. All right, let me grab so give me a second. Let me make sure legato's on the oboe and not on the violin. Well, I would only do it in if you had to pick a section, violin. And that's because it's going to have the most players every time. So you're more likely to get away with it. And if you're going to do it, you're better off splitting it up to 2 and 2. So like let's say if you don't have a violin 2 section recorded, just use 2 notes on the violins, 2 notes on the violas, and you should be able to get away with that. It just depends on what you're writing with. I mean, if you're never going to compose for real players, you could technically just do whatever and it wouldn't matter, but it's something to consider. So, yeah. So, like, let me show you an example. So, like, listen to the blend if we're just in unison with the oboe. Honestly, that oboe would be that's way louder than an oboe normally would be. There you go. That makes more sense because you can barely. It adds something to the strings, but you usually don't hear it too separated. Versus if you're doing something divisi, or actually, let me just play a single note, I guess, with the violins first. So I'm going to start with the solo strings, and then I'm going to blend in the section until it sounds correct. You know what this is. I could literally improvise on woodwinds all day over Violin's Divisi. Bassoon's still my favorite though. Well, you're not sick of the impossibly long bowing? So all you got to do is think about the stink note, right? Let a line lead you somewhere that way. So, ooh, I actually have a tool for this because I've been working on trying to like set the stream up in a way that's cool. Check this out. I'm gonna pick a random note here. Huzzah! You see this? We're gonna spin this bad boy. Look at that. Technology. And this is gonna be my stink note. Alright, so I got a G natural. So if your melody had a spot where you were landing on a G natural, one thing to drive a chord progression forward in an interesting way that'll help break you away from having like 4-bar repeat, 4-bar repeat, 4-bar repeat is having a sequence that modulates, right? So one fun way to do that is to pick a suspension. So you understand what a suspension is, right? It'd be like a non-chord tone that resolves either up or down into a chord tone. Right? So like here'd be your... Well, no, not necessarily, because it's most of the time it's also usually a whole tone away from something. So like a 3/4 suspension is popular because this D right here wants to resolve to the third, right? So you've got this suspension, and you've got the opposite, which is a sus2. Right? Yeah. Well, it doesn't always have to be because it could actually just be a non-chord tone. So here's a good example. I'm going to take a C major chord and put a B in the melody. And the B is going to resolve to C, but when the chord lands, it's going to be on the B. Right? So that B is the seventh that's resolving to the tonic. And that suspension is the tool. So there's so many different ways that you can have a suspension. Like I could take this, let me switch to the regular chord patch. Hold on, so it's thicker. So it sounds more like a string section, right? So if I pick this, G is our note, right? I mean, there's so many chords you could build around this. And it doesn't matter what key you're in. We could do E flat major, and that's in the chord. But we could also do, let's see here, what's a good one here? You could do D major, and it would be the 11th that resolves down. So I could build this D major around it. Well, the point here is to pick a chord that does not have that chord tone in it. So if we have a G, we don't want to build an E major or minor. That's the only real thing and that's what I was getting at, is that this is where you break yourself out. So if I've got this G, it's easy to build an E around it. I can sit there all day and play every chord that has a G in it. But none of those times does it feel like it moved us anywhere. Right? And that's the thing, is if it already fits the chord, there's nowhere that it wants to go. So what ends up happening is if you use that melody note, the key note there, to be a non-chord tone of whatever chord you pick, what's going to happen is it's going to naturally want to resolve and bring you into a new tonality, and then that can be in turn, because you're going to be one note away, and you can do the same thing as many times as you want. So like, let's pick this G, right? I'm gonna roll another note here, and that's gonna be what we're building this chord off of. Okay, so we've got a D and an F, right? So that means we've got a few options here. We can either do a D minor chord or a B flat major chord, right? Or, we could pick something else, but those are going to be like the main two that make the most sense. So, you've already got two notes there. We're going a third up or a third down. I say we go for that. Now, if we do the B major, or the B flat major, we're resolving down, right? And then we can let's say, are we starting in C major? I'm sorry, I thought I was holding the thing down to talk, and I was not. Does C major sound like a good place to start? Fair enough, right? So let's say we start. Let's just say it's in like a C major ninth arpeggio is the melody, right? Really, Dvorak, I can never pronounce it. His New World Symphony, otherwise known as Howard Shore ripped him off when he made Concerning Homets. Let's just play that, right? and then we're going to go to that B flat major. Now notice we're resolving down to the F, a whole step. So watch this. What do you think I'm going to do now? I'm going to repeat that same pattern. Right? I could do a half step, or I could do a whole step. What do you think? Doesn't make a difference to me. You want to do under the whole step? Okay. So I'm going to do this arpeggio. Now I've got a whole bunch of chords I could do here, right? You know what I think I would want to do? I like the idea of a raised fourth here. It's one of my favorite ones. Because it's Lydian in nature. So like the raised fourth, like if you were in Lydian, this raised fourth to the 5, right? That's what I want to do. So what I'm going to do is take this. So we go down to this F. Now I'm going to use this E flat. I could keep doing that, and then each time pick a new chord just to play with it. So yeah, so we're gonna take this C major, and then we're gonna go to B flat major, and then we're gonna go to A major, right? Which, if you were me, you would think, well, hold on a second. If we're at A major, that's kind of like the 5 of 5 of 5. Right? So I could take it a whole lot of places with that. So with the A major, what I might decide to do when I get there is go to D major. Right? Because then I can either go to G minor, or I could stay in D major, or go to G major. Right? So like, let's play that chord progression. So again, I'm going to do it. So if we're doing the first, we're going to start with the G at the end of the C. Yeah. So in this case, yeah, like I said, I'm going to do, let's do this whole step down. And then I'm going to actually go to a B major. That's right. So instead of going a whole step down, I think I like the idea of going up a half step. So I'm going to go to use this in the B major chord, which is going to be that raised fourth again. So again, listen to... I feel like you could literally take it anywhere. I actually like the idea of going to that E flat minor there, but you can hear what I'm talking about. So, I mean, I can improvise all day like that. But yeah, just picking a note that isn't part of the chord tone, and then building a chord that I feel like I want, because it's about, you know, the emotion that it gives. So like that, the sixth over the B flat major, right? When we put that G to the F, when that resolves, it's a very restful thing. It makes me think of, you know, right? So if that's restful, the next thing would be that Lydian raised fourth, which gives that like rising feeling, you know? So let's restful rising. And then we could even do that the minor ninth next to build like a really gut wrenching thing before we go to an actual chord tone. So like yeah, so like let's try that. So thinking about it emotionally, we're going to start the C major, and then we're going to go to the B flat major with the ninth, or with the sixth, which is going to make it feel restful. And then that raised fourth, which is going to make it feel like, you know, more energetic. And then we're at this note, we're going to build the minor ninth around this. And then when we're at the G, we could go up to maybe a D major, where it's actually chord tone, and we'll go, okay, we're done with that modulatory sequence. So I feel like I can do better than that. Hold on. Let's play it around. That's why I kind of felt like I like the idea of being in that E minor there. That's where or the E flat minor. I just like the idea of it being there. I'm gonna actually put a melody instrument on top here. Yeah, I think that's okay. Well, but you're, I mean, you got to think the, mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you got to think with the way suspensions and resolutions work. It's part of storytelling, you know, and and I mean, if you listen to the amount of emotion in that tiny little sequence, when I actually figured out what I wanted to do there, I mean, it's I mean, listen to the amount of emotion in each chord. It tells a lot more. I feel like I could go back to that right there, actually. After I go to the F sharp major, kind of referencing the very beginning with that melody. In that case, I don't know if you heard what I did there. I did the one chord with the major ninth kind of arpeggio, and then I went to the minor. Well, I can't play the melody right there properly here. Let me try to... I'm having a range issue. Hold on, let me just drop the octave. That will fix it. So I don't know if you heard what I did there, but if I do, when I got to that point, since it's at that point it's halftime from the first part, that little beginning sequence right there, I repeated, and then I repeated over the minor. But the thing that makes that minor seem really familiar and why I wanted to go to that was a major chord with an added sixth is an inversion of the minor with a minor ninth. So adding this over the minor is really just making this chord. It's making the same chord again. It's just with the minor note in the bass makes it actually have that minorness. But it's so familiar because we just did that with the B flat major with the added sixth. So like that's hopefully a good showcase of how like doing something like that can break you out of your habits and then also inspire you when you're writing your standard typical stuff, because in that case that chord is really predictable, except for now I'm actually referencing something we already did that's familiar and established. And that's where, you know, techniques like this help break you out of your box. It's one of my favorite things to do. I love doing it. I could do it all day. I mean, I love minor chords, so I do that all day, but still. And And we're in such a foreign key at that point. We're at a we modulated a tritone. So let's see. There we go. So I've actually written a motif now. Hey, I've got a little sketch that I can flesh out later on down the line. Oh, lordy. You know what that's not helping me do, though? It's not helping me finish balancing. Nah, violin ones are pretty close to being balanced. I gotta get cracking on the real thing. Yeah, so Rose, I don't know what time is for you. It's 9:40 in the morning for me. I've been trying to stream on my nights off. Okay, so it's 1500 for you. All right then. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is I work overnight, so I normally work from 7 p.m. or 1900 hours to 0700. And since I don't know where you're at, you're using military time, but I fine with that. So yeah, like I said, since I have to be at work at 1900 hours, and then I get off at 0700, I've been just, you know, I've been getting on at midnight, and then streaming until 0800 or 0600 or something. So, but yeah, so tomorrow night I'll be streaming again. Oh hell no, I'm a 911 operator. I I don't know if I could do composing for money. I I had a really weird history with that because I started out doing art originally, and then the prospect of trying to do that to make money actually ruined art for me. So like I'm really cautious about trying to make money on you know, anything revolving around things I actually like doing. So I don't think I'd ever want to make money gaming or making music. I'm not saying I wouldn't like the idea of getting paid for something, but I wouldn't want to turn it into a job. So that's no problem. Um, yeah, and like I said, I'm gonna be, I'll be streaming again tomorrow night. I mean, I still got a little bit I'm gonna be doing tonight on the stream before I close it up, but you know, now that you got a little bit more theory under your belt, or at least maybe not theory as much of a compositional device that you can play around with. Um, yeah, feel free if you have any questions on that kind of stuff because I'm a theory nerd, so I like the idea of theory. Well, I like the uh, somebody would I'm trying to think of the person who said it, but basically, I mean, the concept is theory actually describes what we already know in a lot of ways. So I'm always learning more. I just signed up for MIT and I pounded through that, and you know, I was working on some of the negative harmony stuff. I already knew bits and bobs in negative harmony. I'm just trying to see their take on it. So, um, but yeah, I mean, I've got a Score Club subscription. I've seen a shit ton of Verita stuff. Um, I mean, I read a theory textbook when I was in high school still, so there's that. Hmm. I I mean, you can make a you can make a scale out of two chords, which is something I like to do sometimes. But it's obviously it's an effect, you know. Um, so like, here's a good example. Like one of the best ways for me to show something like this would be to actually try to make. You know what? I'm gonna try to do this. Let me get this going. Like here we go. You know what we're about to do? We're about to roll some chords again. Okay. Um. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pick. I need two chords, like major and minor chords, or minor chords, I should say, that only have one note or no notes in common. Does that make sense? So first, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna roll that wheelie wheel. So it's gonna make sure that it's not diatonic. Is what it's gonna do. Oh, I'm rolling the wheel and I'm not actually showing it. That's a problem. F sharp. All right. So we got something built off of an F sharp. Let's see if we can get something that's not an F sharp major or F sharp minor. An A flat's an F sharp minor. However, what I could do is build an wait, no, it's not. We're good. I think we're good. I don't know if I want to do that though, because those are a half step apart or a whole step apart. Let me roll something else here. I want it to be at least a third apart, not a half step. You stupid wheel. Yeah, I agree. Manaberry was in chat last night, and there we go. We got a B. Manaberry was in chat, and then I was asking him what chord to improvise over, and he gave me a D, and I was like, "All right, you get a bonus note because I want one note in there for flavor." And I got to do the old solo around the D major ninth. I was hoping he'd pick something really fucked up, personally, but meow, cat's bothering me. You want to fight? I'm just making sure he's not eating the devil's spaghetti back there. All right. Okay, so we got a B and we got an F sharp, right? Those are a fifth apart. It will work though, as long as the chords don't have. Yeah. You know what? That's going to be the easiest way to. I think the easiest way to do it is picking a third apart from the picking a third apart from the F sharp. So fuck that B. I'm ignoring the B. You said D sharp, so here's what I'm going to do. In order for that to work, I'd have to do an F sharp minor. So I'm going to pull up some chords here, or well, strings. Okay, so I would need to do an F sharp minor because with D sharp, hey, you stay away from the devil's lettuce. Alright, so with D sharp, it would have to be a major, because then if you have a D sharp major and an F sharp minor, they don't share any chord tones. So right? So if you listen to those two together stacked, now it seems like an odd thing to do, right? Because it sounds kind of, bizarre and mysterious. One of the interesting things I just noticed when I was looking right at it, I don't know if you caught it. You want me to play it again so you can look at the piano? You know what's interesting to me about that? Yeah, the symmetry. So you've got this little fragment, and so I know I'm going to make a motif around that. I just know I'm going to make a motif around that, right? So ascending, I can do this. I'm trying to keep my cat from eating this cable. So, all right. So, yeah, that's the big thing. I already have something melodically to work with. There's a lot of ways I could arpeggiate it, or I could probably get away with something like this. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Even better, just noticed something else. There's 3 major thirds hiding in here. And they're all a minor third apart. So, yeah, there's a number of things like we. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's going to be our ostinato. All right, that's our ostinato. It's done. Hold on, where are we at here? Insert video. Hold on a sec. I feel like I can. I like the way it starts, but I want to end it slightly different. So there we go. That's what I'm hearing. Let's see here. Got to put step entry back on. Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. So and yeah. So the runs, I'm gonna focus on the symmetry too. So because where these two patterns meet is this, right? So we've got this, right? Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. I'm going to look for the space to actually do that. I'm thinking 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. So, let me see. Can I get away with 16ths here? I wonder. Okay, I'm actually thinking maybe triplets would work here. Triplets. So 1, 2, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, okay, so done. Maybe that counter rhythm might be too crazy. I mean, I like the idea of it, but it might be a little wild. Alright, so, let's see. Do you want English horn here? I don't know what I want. Maybe the contrabassoon an octave below. Maybe I'll just roll with this. Maybe some cello. trying to think of what I want for the melody. Might need to be slower at this point. There we go. I think that's it. I think that's it. Hmm. There we go. That's it. Need something simple. Give me a sec. Gotta wait for my doll. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit to record it. I had it so good and I fucked up. Just improvised a little bit of run here. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I don't know why it's not doing staccato. Hold on, Rose. You got like 2 more minutes. Because I got to throw these clusters in here first. Got it? 2 minutes. It's important. Because you got to hear the finished product. Alright, we're getting somewhere. I just have to figure out what the chord should actually be. All right, now I'm speeding it back up, and we've got it with one. We got to get this note going. Hold on. All right, Rose, are we ready? Are we ready to hear the final thing? I don't have any lower percussion, but we're gonna have to make do. Not with the metronome. I have to fix the volume levels real quick for the violin and the other the violin too. Yes, yeah, I like it. It's very. I feel, apparently I'm Sylvester today because there's the other piece too. This one. Both sound like they should be in Predator or something. You remember that piece? Yeah, apparently I'm all about Predator. I actually really dig this. Number. I'm guessing you're good at math, Rose. Really? I'm surprised. If you're stuck in scales, and I gave you a second glance, but you noticed the symmetry. That was what I was looking for. If you're going to notice the symmetry. Because I'm like, oh, wait a minute. My brain just instantly just turns. It turns the chord into, well, what do we got for numbers? Hmm, you get better at it. All right. Well, if you're free tomorrow night or whatever it is, I guess. Okay, so if it was 10 for me and 16 for you, so realistically, you're 6 hours ahead. So it would be 6 in the morning for you, I think. Great. I accidentally refreshed my chat. So is it 4:30 for you right now in the afternoon or 16:30 approximately? Yeah, yeah. So I don't know what time you normally get up in the morning, but whenever you get up in the morning, if you want to take your phone into the toilet while you take your morning, whatever women do after they, because they definitely don't poop as far as I'm aware. Um, yeah, if you want to take your morning dump, I'll be probably trying to be productive. So you can eat cereal, watch me stream, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to get distracted. Yeah, so I'll only be like 3 hours into the stream. So yeah, so hopefully you can get Mana back in here. It's it's a lot funner when I'm not just doing stuff by myself. So screw that. You're being productive. You're learning and distracting me. I actually made some musical sketches though. This is about this is more music than I normally write by like a metric shit ton. So I'm gonna listen to it again. I like it. It's groovy. You don't have to lurk. You ain't gotta lurk, man. What's good? Jordan? Jordan? I'm about to actually start working on those impulse responses. Um, have you ever made an impulse response of anything, Cornelius? Or Cornelis? I don't want to add any make believe letters. I don't want to add any accidentals to your name. Any non chord tones to the spelling of your name. Hmm. Well, I'm assuming do you use contact instruments often? Yeah, not a problem, Rose. Okay. Well, there's a few things that you can do with impulse responses that are interesting. Now, one of the things that you can do that I actually do a lot is I like actually making EQ curves and then making impulse responses of them so that I can load them easily into Contact. And that's something that it might seem a little weird, but at the same time, like if you use the same kind of EQ all the time on a particular library, for instance, why load up an extra piece of software? You know, like it's an extra VST that you got to worry about. You can always tweak stuff within Contact if you really need to on an output, but when I do it this way, I can just throw it on an output, and it allows me to like I like to make minor adjustments to my libraries to where like it will sound slightly different, but I'm fine with that. Yeah. And what I'm about to do is so I normally like to have more microphones than just one close and then like a further back room mic for like things like woodwinds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an impulse response. The EQ, it's an EQ curve that's going to match the mixed microphone for Berlin woodwinds, and then to the close microphones. So that what I can do is I can put it on my close microphones, and they will sound further back, and also add some stereo imaging to it because it's essentially taking a mono signal and then kind of panning it with EQ. So it's like in a lot of ways it's like I'm not going to say mid side EQing. It's more like left right EQing differently. Are you familiar with Reaper at all? Like the DAW Reaper? I'm getting rid of my little note wheel. I'm going to spin it one more time because I can't. Hey. I think I'm going to pick three notes. That's going to be a good motif. Come on, three notes that aren't the same note. So we've got an A, C sharp. Give me something tasty. And an F. I mean, you know, that's cool. I'm always down with augmented chords. Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure why it's so loud. I have to rebalance it after I'm doing the thing anyways. Much better. Alright, I am grabbing a drink before I get started on that though. I'll be right. Actually, I'm gonna save real quick while I go get a corn dog. Then I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Yeah, Cubase is pretty good too. Um, okay, so one of the things I'm going to do with Reaper that's interesting is I can actually split the left and right signal pretty easily. And have you ever used EQ matching? Like, I mean, I use Fab Filter just out of curiosity. Okay. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to split the left and right signal, EQ match them separately, right? So I'm using I'm going to be using the room mics from Berlin Woodwind's Legacy against the close mics again, and then that's going to give me a like further back kind of sound because obviously it's going to be matching the room a little bit. So I'm just going to give you a short little demo here. Let me think of where I'm going to start. Start with something like the we could start at the top. That's easy. I feel like it's too easy. I'm just going to use regular staccato samples. So what I want to do is make a MIDI real quick that is going to give it enough time for it to like completely cycle through. Um, yeah, it's gonna be good. I'm gonna make it much larger than the actual range of the instrument, though. Like eighth notes here. I think I can do triplets actually with this tempo. Not perfect, but it'll work. Um, yeah, it looks good to me. So I'm gonna use this MIDI, and I'm gonna probably take the first half of this. In fact, let me just do this. And make this like lower on the velocity than the other one higher. So get a little bit difference here. Um, that should be good. So essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make two tracks here. I'm going to change the output to so I have two separate outputs. Go into my master here. We'll open the track up and make sure it's hitting 4 masters total. And I'm going to go to Pro Q. Now, funnily enough, you're going to notice I have 3, but I'm using Pro Q2 because if I use 3, it tries to like do all the multi-channel stuff, which is cool. I use Pro like Q3 on stuff because I do multi-channel work, but not when I'm just trying to EQ match 2 channels. So what I'm going to do is I've got 2 separate fad filters. I'm going into the routing. This one's going to be my left channel, so it's channel 1, and then output channel 1, and then it's side change channel 3, but there's nothing for 2 and 4. And what this allows me to do is actually have twice as many individual, EQ notches, because it has a maximum when you EQ match. So it gives me twice as many, and it EQ matches the sides of the room separate, which in theory it's going to sound different because if a bassoon's on the right side of the room, the left room's probably going to have like more bottom end, less top end, but less of the mid range as well. So it's going to have a different psychoacoustic effect because it's on the other side of the room, So that difference is going to be basically captured in this, and then I'll be able to apply that to the mono signal. So I'm going to load up a second staccato. Crap. These are the wrong ones. This is the revive. I gotta shoot. Alright, here we go. So they're the same settings other than that. So this one's going to use the mixed microphone, and then this one's going to be doing the room mic. And I'm not going to press anything else. I'm just going to let it do its thing. And I got these open, and I'm just going to go in here and go to sidechain. That's weird. It's not receiving the sidechain input. Should be. Nani? Well, that's where we're at. Oh, duh. I forgot to change the MIDI port when I deleted it and remade it. In fact, I'm going to basically silence the DAW when I do this, just for our ear's sake here. And put it down like 15 decibels. Now I'm going to hit play. So basically what I'm going to do after I make the EQ curve is there's something called a Dirac sample, and it's literally just like a flat, like a full amplitude, and it's just one sample long. So you put that through it, and then whatever it's going to do to the sound, it does, and then that's how you get your convolution. So right out the gate, you notice the curves are different. You see how it's the bottom end is mostly the same, but like it really starts to teeter in, like right here about 300 on this one, and on this one it starts at like 131, starts coming in. And by the time we're at 300, this one's all the way down here, right? And then this one has like this big little beefy dip right there. This one has a minor dip. So like if you looked at these curves back to back, they're quite different. This one has less top end. I'm guessing this is going to be the further ear, if you want to think of it that way. So these are quite different. Um, and if I actually put the, oh man, I got to redo this with a close mic. A duh. No, what this did, of course, this wouldn't sound bad, but what this would do is make the mixed microphone sound further back without adding any extra mud. So I'll display that real quick. You hear how I just put it slightly further back in the room? It's like it moved it 2 feet away from the microphone. And in this case, it's not exaggerated because of the fact that it's the mix microphone, which is mostly going to be the room mic with the piccolo, anyways. But it's obviously going to be a bit more pronounced with the close. The main thing is it allows me to bring up the close mics without adding too much close sound. Like it's still going to feel farther away, so it's like it kind of allows me to get a little tighter of a sound. But yeah, I'm going to reset these and redo this. So, what kind of music are you interested in making, Mr. Composer? Do you like orchestral stuff, or do you do like hybrid, or? There's nothing wrong with that. So, that said, are you more interested in making like unrealistic arrangements, or something like more akin to like '90s film, like orchestral scoring, like Golden Age style? Oh man, I messed up again. I'm batting 1,000 today. Because I would think with like fantasy and science fiction, it'd make me feel like like it's okay to use less realistic section sizes so you can get different combinations. I don't know, like that's how I would look at it, anyways. But of course, I'm not you. If you like fantasy, do you have a Cinewinds Pro? Like Curiosity? It's probably the only one that actually has bagpipes that just sound good. It's just because it's Sony, but it works really well if you automate volume. Honestly, that's the only thing with a lot of those woods is I would just automate volume. So if you listen to what I just did there, let me turn these EQs off real quick. Listen, just listen to this. Let me just solo the close mic. Let me just back up. So when I add in the room mic, it's not that it's bad. Let me just I think it says it's not double room. But you can it's like you can tell it's a close mic in front of it. Like you hear the close mic sounds really close. So you hear the ambience, but you also hear a close mic. And I put these on, and it pushes the close mic back. So now if I make an actual mix, like let me just throw a multi in here, so you can hear a few different articulations. Listen how much room noise there is. It's because it's bringing up the low end to try to match the room of an actual instrument in Teldex. But what do you think of Symphony Series woodwinds? I got that because it's kind of wild. Well, here was what was happening. So it was boosting the ever living shit out of the low end of the close mic, right? But I hadn't changed the output of the room mic, so the room mic was also getting EQ matched. So all the actual room was getting boosted like a motherfucker. That's why the noise was there. Now this is one of the most important things to me. Is the other reason I like using Reaper for this is you're familiar with Fab Filter's gain, right? With the gain scale? Shoot the whoop, right? Hello? Useful. That's cool. But with Reaper, it's about to get next level. Sorry that noise is killing me, but um, yeah. So with Reaper, you can basically bind almost anything to anything. It's pretty incredible in that regard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the gain scale, then parameter, and then there's a learn or parameter modulation MIDI link. I like the idea of MIDI link. But for this instance, this is another way to do it because you can do it from right in Contact if I want. So what I'm doing now is right now the gain from 0 to 200%, the gain scale, is locked with Contact 5's automation for knob 1. And I'm just going to repeat that process on this side real quick. Now the reason that this is an interesting way to do it is because you can use that to modulate things from different plugins altogether. So I mean, I could take Decapitator and modulate a saturation knob with an LFO in Contact if I, or Massive if I wanted to. So what I'm going to do here is a little tricky. I'm going to double click, make a new instrument, go to Omni, and I'm going to learn this. I'm trying to think of a CC I'm not going to use. I'm not going to be panning a tree mic, so I'm going to use that. So I'm going to right click this and MIDI learn. So you see how this is MIDI learned. Then I'm going to go to Contact Automation, and I can bind Automation 1 to that knob. Now, huzzah! So now what I can do is fine-tune how much of this flavor I want. Maybe I want to back it off, or maybe I want to exaggerate the effect. If you like the fantasy and sci-fi stuff, man, you should have heard earlier. I was, well, you kind of caught the end of it. I had two little sketch type things where I was just showing off. The first one was me actually just showing off triple and double the double tonguing articulations in Berlin woodwinds and how they're fun for programming. So the first one I did was that, and it was very Predator esque. And then the second one I just did was trying to show her some some ways to like kind of break out of your box because she's kind of stuck in the whole diatonic thing. So I was just like, I mean, sometimes you can just go really far out and just literally pick two chords that share zero notes together and are not in the same key, and then like, all right, that's your scale. Play them at the same time. And the chords that I ended up using, which I rolled that little wheel thingy, and then I came up with the idea that it has to be either a major or minor third apart from whatever you use, and then if it's major, then you can't do minor. So like one has to be major, one has to be minor. If that makes sense. It's not too crazy, but what I ended up with was a F sharp minor and a E flat major. I actually had it was a she said D sharp, so I was like, well, I can do a D sharp major, and that doesn't overlap really. So, um, but it ended up with a very interesting chord. I can play that real quick. So the this is the shape that we ended up with. Which kind of you can almost put the octonic scale in it if you do like. No, it had to be. I guess you could. But the main thing was we had this symmetry, which is cool, but we also had a major third, major third, major third. So, I don't know. So I came up with that little like predatory looking thing. I just want to play it again. I'll be honest. This was the other sketch that was very Sylvester like. I don't know if it's going to play back properly because I can't remember if all the articulations were actually inputted in as far as the key switches, but you'll get the idea. I liked it. Oh, my buddy left chat. All right, I am. I'm gonna run these out just for fun. Man, it sounds good. I feel like the answer to that question right there is probably a cable. Realistic. Yeah, sometimes I load up Cubase. It just depends. I kind of go back and forth between the two. And the last time I reformatted, it was like I had Cubase 10. It was like right when they, I think, went to 10.5. And then I think at the same time Reaper went to 6. So I picked up a brand new license at Reaper. So, because my old license was expired at like the end of, it was the 5.9 something. So I was like, whatever. I got an upgrade. So I just been using Reaper. JXL sounds so good. So fucking good. I just had that open because I was explaining VCA. I just added it to that sketch, and it's just like, what? Dude, I don't own a single Apple product. And I've looked at Logic and was like, there's some things I actually like about Logic too. I mean, I've seen a lot of people use it, but I'm not down with Apple or being locked into hardware. That's just not a thing. I want to be able to build whatever I want, you know? And they charge pretty crazy prices, so. I mean, I think when I built this computer, you couldn't build anything like it with Apple products at all. But if I would have tried to get close, it would have been like 14 grand or something. So it's just like, nah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. All right. Yeah, so I was making impulse responses for basically EQ curves for Berlin woodwinds earlier, or at least I started doing it, and then I got distracted, and then I went back and was listening to that sketch because it's kind of catchy, and then I ended up adding brass and two things of percussion, all from Alan Myers. Like, just I'll just solo this. This just sounds amazing. They're good. I didn't even mix that really. It's like the AM tree and close to, and a little bit of reverb. And the percussion was just LA Modern percussion. Even though I don't think that would be the best choice there, but it just happened to be right. It was in the same folder, so yeah. I plan on doing some pretty insane stuff with JXL, um, but it's going to be like a long process. So one of the things that I was experimenting with was stacking all of the sections for like each instrument or like section sizes, and then controlling the amount of volume per articulation because you can have duplicate articulations. And I can show you real quick. Hold on a second. This will only take a second, so. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mix these together, and then I'm gonna create a like a unison version and then a divisi version. So like I can play three notes instead of one, and it's not gonna sound like fucking 18 trombones. So here, let me just go to micro mode. So I'm gonna make three different mixes essentially for this, for it to work right, or at least the way I like the idea. These aren't gonna make a whole lot of sense why I'm doing them this way, but it's gonna make more sense when I layer them all together. I'm gonna layer them all together, just one MIDI channel. And you notice I have two instances of the Staccatissimo. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna independently change the volume of these per articulation. So it's not using any extra RAM. You'll see in a second. I do have to fix one thing. I keep having this issue. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I pissed it off somewhere along the line. It wants to keep putting my key switches up there. Probably left an instrument open that's doing that, and then every time I open a new instance, it just thinks that's what I wanted. Okay, so I'm gonna. So this first key switch is gonna be like if it was a unison. Second one is gonna be like if it was playing a triad. Wait a minute. Yeah, it works pretty well. I'm not sure why I'm getting dropouts though. Like in this case, it sounds perfect for going from an A6 to an A3 because it still sounds like 6 players just splitting the notes. So I'll try to switch back and forth a little bit better. Give me just a sec. All right, I'm back. All right, so let me go ahead and drop this. So have you ever made an impulse response? It does, but I haven't had an issue so far. I have a feeling it's that reverb, but let's try disabling it for now. Um, yeah, no, like I said, have you ever made an impulse response? All right, have you ever used any kind of EQ matching? It's not. You just need the right software for it. So I'm about to make this impulse response. Um, just a moment here. I definitely closed you, but the abortion from Pulse Download. I've only had a problem with Pulse Downloader once, but dude, I could not download scoring strings to save my life. Or scoring sounds. Yeah, so like I said, it's not too crazy. Let me just get this going real quick. He's got some alright information. So there we go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, the kind of composers they kind of go after, it's kind of, I mean, it can be an issue, but I don't know. I don't feel like they're leading them astray. I just feel like they might be hyping their product up more than, like, it's for a certain kind of person. And you can probably still learn something from them, but you can learn something from, like, literally tons of people, even people that don't know anything about music. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like the guys over there, they give, a lot of times they can give practical advice. You know, so it might not apply to like all kinds of composition though. So I mean, not some of it does, but like their expertise is clearly kind of like guided. So I'm gonna walk you through the process of making this real quick. Um, so I'm gonna leave because that's our sample. Um, this should have been soloed. I hope it was. I'm just gonna render again just in case. In theory, it's gonna do something. I'm just gonna double check that it's working. That's not working. I knew the waveform didn't look right. Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry. I was like, wait a minute. I was kind of, it's kind of misreading that there. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's about like they might have experienced a positive change when they signed up for it, so it's kind of like, I mean, that's if you try to like talk that down, it's like in a way you're hurting their attachment to their progress. But I mean, truth is truth, no matter who says it. So I don't know. That's how I feel. Why is this just not doing right? There she is. She's there. We're good. I actually have to drop the volume of this down a little bit. Yay! Final answer. Let's try this again. Huh. I have no idea what's going on. Why is it not doing right? Or maybe it's I gotta unload it and reload it. I might just have to. I just might just have to make that EQ curve manually and just deal with it for now, and then just print them to IRs later if I have to. I don't know what's going on with it. I've done this before. I've actually done this before. I did a lot of these before. I'm not sure what's going on right now, but I can still work on it without, not an issue. So essentially, I need two instances of ProQ2, and I do a couple of things with this, honestly. But the main thing is I'm going to be EQ matching the close mics to the room mics in Berlin Woodwinds, and it's a huge thing for pushing the sound back a little bit while keeping it somewhat clean. So it's going to be good. Um, so essentially, what you do is you in Reaper, what I'm doing is separating the left and the right channel. So I'm taking it's going in left and sidechain in left and then out left. And what this is going to do is I'm going to have two separate instances, one Pro Q2 for the left and one for the right. And when it EQ matches, it's actually going to capture part of what the room's doing to the stereo image. And essentially, again, it's going to allow me to get like a tighter but further back mix. So just tiny stuff that it's going to keep the sound of Teldex, and it's going to give me like a slight flavor over someone else that just gets the library and you know installs it and says, "Hey, look what I can do." So I don't know. It's just something interesting that I do. So notice the second one is the opposite. So I'm taking the right channel, out right channel, and then side chain right channel. This doesn't take very long though. You'll see pretty quick. So I guess I could do guess I could do it easier the other way. I'm trying to think here. The best way to do it. The best way. You know what? I don't even need to do it this way. I'll do it the easy way. So I'm going to go to my staccato. I'm going to jack the mics all the way up on them, the close and the room mic. Are you going to be on about the same time tomorrow, Damon? Or Damon? Um, I guess about 14, I guess 13 years. If I go back to legato, it should sound pretty good. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a little weird right now mix wise. So like this is my flute at the moment before the EQ. Where do you hear these strings, man? This is what's up. Orchestral tools? Very in depth. It's good thing a lot of the time. Like the only thing I think I have loaded right now is the xylophone, which makes sense if you're, just on the violin. Is there any particular instrument you wanted to see from Berlin Percussion? Knock yourself out. I mean, I need to add stuff to the template, so if there's something from their percussion you want to see, I'll just whip it out. I don't have a snare drum, so I think a snare drum's not a bad idea. Plus, I can audition a snare drum. So I'm going to reroute all these to channel 2 on all the tree mics. So that's just how I route my stuff. Or at least in this template, I'm only doing the 2 microphones. So. Alright, so let's see what the first one is. Should be easy enough. Let's see. I think the key switches are over here. Oh, I guess I actually have to record here. So a few things I would do to this is I'd go in here, the actual articulation here. I would change this so that it just does a new round robin all the time. I am going to take off dynamic switch. I don't like dynamic switch, and I'm going to find a good volume range. And another thing I like to do is bring the attack back just a bit. Maybe I can add it to that one Predator sounding demo. That's easy enough, but I need to turn the woodwinds back up. Yeah, with any snare, I mean, typically you'd want some kind of reverb. One of the things that I've noticed about the orchestral tool snares is they're all tuned really well, which is a good thing and a bad thing. They have a lot of weight. I don't know if you noticed that. Like they actually thump. You know, like they. I mean, they really. I mean, they have weight to them. I'll take my mic off so I'm not making a bunch of noise outside of it. But like, they actually have like a thump to them. And you can see that in the EQ over here, like in this range. What's another drum you want to hear? Man, I love the other ones on here. I can do like a quick test on them. Just to kind of show you the different variations of the different drums, because I mean that's kind of what I was gonna do is set them up so I could just try the different snares out. But you know, obviously, if you're curious about Berlin brass, I wouldn't just sit here on the or Berlin percussion. I wouldn't just sit here and show you the 6 different snares. Sounds good, man. You want me to show you my favy fave? This thing right here. Prepare to be blown away. I didn't arm the track. I meant it literally though. Prepare to be blown away. That's my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing ever. You know what's funny about that? One time I was dicking around and we were talking about trap music. I'm sure you've heard trap before, right? Oh man, this is not stream approved, but whatever. Hold on. It make me sound like I'm retarded, but I'm not retarded. Gotta find this bad boy. I made it was like a riser out of this, like pitch shifted, automating the tune knob to the mod wheel. Cause dude, this thing is mod wheel controlled. Like, listen. Like, they literally have different dynamic layers on this Windmaker. It's fucking hilarious. I'm trying to find this where I put the file. Hold on. Dude, I know it's in here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna find. I wonder if this is it. I don't think it is. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. It just says the word Y, so. Hmm. Is this it? Nope. That's sweet though. Uh. Hmm. I'm surprised I don't see it in here, really. I know it's somewhere, man. I've seen it before. I'll check like one more spot. So otherwise I'm gonna freaking bore the hell out of it. In the meantime, you actually get to like think about what the actual next drum is. Doesn't matter if it's a cymbal, pitch percussion, lower percussion, doesn't matter. Oh, it might be in here. Hold on. Oh, this says please stop. So it might be it. I think it is. Okay, so it's not just that there's a windmaker in here, right? It's the fucking duck call, right? So you understand trap. So like I put the duck call through a bunch of effects. So I made it seem like it was like a half serious piece I slapped together where I used some arc and some that one what's the word? The windmaker where I put like a fucking like I octaved it like with a pitch shifter and then automated the tune knob and a bunch of effects. I think I put it through a bass distortion pedal. I can't remember exactly what I did to it, but it happened. Are you ready for that? Keep in mind this is completely satire. That vibra slap gets me every time. Dude. I couldn't have been less serious when I made that. But the vibra slap, the distorted duck collar. Did you hear that? Like, I mean, the build was pretty intense with that windmaker. I don't really do sound design stuff like often, but like when I noticed I think this was what I did when I got Berlin percussion and found all this shit. It's like stuffed away over here. Like you can literally see I used the duck call, the fucking windmaker, and the fiber slap. And the yeah, that's right, is the sleigh bells too. Yeah, man. Right on. I'll throw it in there. Only one sample layer. I'm feeling it. Now the sleigh bells actually have 3 dynamic layers and looks like 5 round robins. It's pretty good. It's 3 different sleigh bells with rolls. Do you like it better when I have the cluster on the violins in the background? Does it make it better? Yeah, they don't sound like shit. Like they actually just sound good. Like that's my thing that's been spoiled me when I got into buying more orchestral tool stuff is just realizing how insanely well everything is just recorded. It's gain staged well. It's recorded through good preamps with good microphones in a good room. Like if I were ever gonna record something, I'd just be like, "Can you guys please?" Like it's always just so clean, you know. Like even the Viber slap. Normally it's like a joke thing, but listen. The cluster makes everything better. Oh, people think. I mean, I've had more than one person that thought I just worked for orchestral tools. I'm like, nah. It just like I got to a point where I'm like, okay, Well, these guys haven't let me down, and like generally speaking, I own a lot of the competition, so one of my favorite patches. I'm going to show you one of my favies. Is actually that's pretty good, right? But the secret weapon is not the celeste. The secret weapon is actually the glockenspiel because they randomly sampled it with a tremolo from like a vibraphone. So check this. Honestly, I think it's probably going to be the next one they add, and here's why I think that. Sign doesn't have a few things that all the other libraries require. So Berlin brass, um, and Berlin woodwinds and Berlin strings all use a trill orchestrator for the trills, and they have some kind of tempo thing because they all have like locked, like sixteenths to or eighth notes repetitions and stuff sampled. So those are the two things that aren't in Sign Player yet. And the only one that I think that they can manage to put into Sign Player without adding those two things first is the percussion. So if I had to bet money, I'd say it's probably percussion next. Trying to think of what instrument I want here. I actually don't know the Nutcracker. That's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, how do you play Sugar Plum? All I'm saying is the bass clarinet. I have an idea. Hold on a second. This might not. random snares and piatti and all kinds of weird. I don't know. It's still vibey without vibraphone. Well, I am pretty freaking exhausted though, so I'm about ready to wrap it up. I'll be on. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll be back on at like midnight. So in like 10 hours from now. So, all right. Well, like I said, I'll be streaming tomorrow night, and I'll be streaming for a while. So feel free to join in. Thanks, man. Bonus points if you know what that's from. Later. All right. I'm officially going to bed.